listeners, Harika here, and I'm super excited to welcome you to UppTalk. If you're ready to learn and get your hands work wonders in the world of information technology, then you're in the right place. When I say UppTalk, we are not just another edtech company. Consider we are your learning partner committed to unlocking your full potential. Whether you're stepping into the world of technology for the first time or looking to advance your career, we provide top-tier, hands-on courses to build up your career. Let's take our first step towards learning here and explore it.
As part of our first session, let's discuss a volume. We're not going into technical. As always, we have two types of period. One is, spiral. Another one is external payroll. In-house payroll is nothing, but we have all the data within Workday to make it simple. We can run the payroll within Workday itself and also send the tax-related documents to vendors or tax processors. Generate the pay slips in Workday and also generate ways to documents in a tax rate or financial documents. Everything will be generated within Workday itself. In-house payroll. External payroll means we are running the payroll with vendors outside of the vendor, which means I might have compensation and core HR data, but payroll will be processed with the ADP paycheck, non-GA. BSI, RCEP, also one of the tax processors. They are also payroll vendors. Is it simple? Payroll will be processed by the external vendors. Example admin GA. Now, what are we going to learn here? We're going to learn in-house payroll for US, and this is Workday. I'm still just starting one point. Workday has the ability to solve or send the data to the external vendors globally across all the countries. One doubt, Karen, only US payroll is in-house payroll or any other countries, or also in-house payroll. We'll come and learn in-house. Sona, can you please repeat the question? No, as per the standard, only we can able to configure US payroll or we can configure international payroll in-house payroll. In-house payroll, you can configure international. Here no limit at all. Here no limit. You can configure n number of countries. Just to give some example, let me know one thing. Of course, we are going to discuss all these details. Don't worry. Just to clarify your question. This is nothing but payroll area in SAP. For us, we will call it as pay group in one day. Now, here you can see, you're able to see only 4 countries. Yes, ma'am, Canada, France, UK, USA. Correct? 4 countries only we are able to see. But when I select the user payroll interface, you can see n number of countries. In fact, globally. Here is a switch. We are telling to the Workday I am processing in-house payroll. In-house payroll is available only for these 4 countries. or I am processing the payroll externally. Then we have to ensure we have selected these check marks. Why we have to select the check marks? We will discuss. Just to give an example, globally also we can process the payroll with vendors. What is the main difference in in-house payroll and external payroll? In-house payroll. Let me explain. In-house payroll means you have your employee data within 1 day. You have your compensation data within 1 day. You have your benefits data within 1 day and your processing of payroll also within 1 day. I'm not taking any help from vendors, third-party vendors. External payroll means I have only compensation and retire in 1 day. OMP compensation in 1 day. But payroll I don't have. I will take help from ADP. I will send my organization management personal administration compensation data to the ADP that they will process my payroll system. If the vendor wants to run the payroll in Workday, can we able to do that? No. Vendor cannot run the payroll in Workday. Cannot run the payroll in 1 day. Because that's why we have an agreement with the vendors. They are supposed to serve as a payroll processor for us. If you are going with extreme, BSI will be in-house payroll for your BSI interpretation. No. If you think about SEPI perspective, BSI is in-house, but only we are sending tax data to process. Correct me. On top of that, they are also vendors into the payroll. And that perspective, I am saying that maybe I have given the wrong example. Sorry for the confusion. Now, before we move on to that, can you tell me, since we're talking about payroll, what are all data we need in order to process the payroll? What are the dependency and the data modules? Yes, sir. We need worker data. Just looking for this is our session, personal data. Because it has dependency age factors, dependent details, protection of tax processing, compensation, benefit, time tracking. All the data is required by the payroll system. All the data is required by the payroll system. Now let me make it. Let's narrow down a little on this. What is the mandatory data is required in order to process the payroll in 1 day? We need personal data and time tracking or absence. We need worker data first, personal data, compensation data. One of the advantages in a SAP man compensation, though you are not implemented, you have a TFA 10 table. I hope I remember correctly. I think TFA 10 table. We can just incorporate all the amounts and then you create wastage on the payroll. One workday. It is not the case. You must mandatorily have to implement compensation. Because from here only it serves as wage types. It's also the wage types and send the data to the payroll system. What are countries you have in-house? We have USA payroll, we have UK payroll, France and Canada. all these 4 countries, you can run the payroll within one day itself, no dependency on any other tools. Now, one of the advantages, if you learn US payroll, you are able to implement payroll for all the remaining 3 countries. It might be a little surprise, but that's true. Why? Because the task setup remains same. If you divide the payroll into 2 types, gross pay, net pay, gross pay is quite common for all 4 countries. There is no difference. Net pay, only the taxation part is different. Remaining all are same and remaining all are same. There is no difference or change. Now what we are going to learn here is US payroll. What we are going to learn in US payroll is the first one, payroll basic framework. Any question before we are going to discuss the definitions and examples of payroll basic framework? What I understood is we can able to do without any extra vendors help. We can able to configure the 4 payrolls that you country payrolls that you have mentioned in the screen. And if we want to configure any other countries, means we need to take the help of the third party system, which is the external payroll. Excellent. That's what I understood. That's true. Now let's start our worry of first chapter. First chapter is proceeding with the remaining two elements, big group on payment election rules. Let's talk about paid group. Paid group is a bridge between core, HR, and payroll. Worker data, we have it, sorry. It acts as a bridge between core, HR, and payroll and Workday Payroll. We have employee data in core HR. We have a payroll data and payroll module. Now this pay group acts as a bridge between these 2 modules. How we are going to? We will group employees who is having similar payroll characteristics with the help of this pay group. For example, a customer has a requirement. They have monthly paid employees, bi-weekly paid employees, semi-monthly paid employees, then bi-weekly, monthly, semi-monthly paid employees. Then we need to create, based on the pay frequency, the customer pay frequency, bi-weekly 1 pay group, monthly 1 pay group, semi-monthly 1 pay group, and then group workers into a group, the workers into 1 pay group in order to process the payroll. To make it simple, process payroll for all monthly employees, process payroll for all weekly employees, process payroll all semi-monthly employees. Are you guys clear like what is paid group or any questions? For example, in an organization, 100 employees out of 100 employees, 50 employees are monthly paid employees. They will receive salary on monthly. Remaining 50, 25 employees are weekly paid employees, 10 employees are semi-monthly paid employees, 15 employees are bi-weekly paid employees. Now we need 4 pay groups and to group all these workers based on their pay frequency. That is nothing but paid. Grouping employees who is having similar payroll characteristics. Are we clear here? Now let's see how to get this pay group. What data we need to create a pay group? When you're getting a pay group, we have dependency. We need to. Schedule must be configured prior to that. Run category also must be configured prior to that. Let's see. After the task, create a group. I have to wait. Name of the pay group. The pay group. Monthly pay group. Visibility. I'm selecting everyone pay groups after this pay group. Name of the pay group. I mean simple, in real time, we'll do monthly only. It is easy to search. Hence as worker, DMD subtype pay group visibility is everyone. Visibility is everyone. Everyone can view this pay group and the employees associated with this pay group. Now scroll down here. You have checkbox. If you're using this pay group for payroll interface, select the checkbox. Then only you're able to see all the countries. If you are using this pay group for only in-house payroll for 4 countries, USA, UK, France, Canada and selected, you can select the country. And by that you mean an EI. Go send this pay group multiple options of that. I will discuss all the options. And then scroll down. From the country, the currency would be defaulted. And here pay group details. For now, please hold automatic pay group assignment rule. I will expand during testing. This is the pay group details. Select the add rule. Run category. We are doing a grouping here. We're doing a group. What are the values we created? We're assigning those values. RC's monthly pay group created. Assign it here. Period schedule also be created. Assign it here. What we're saying is active regular employees and we're grouping monthly period schedule. Pay and group is optional. If you select here, you cannot see any value because it's not. It's a purely an optional one. It's purely an optional one. Why it is optional? Let's discuss an example. Assume a customer has a requirement, something like this. They have executive people and executive management, non-management. Now executive management also has monthly payroll employees. Management also has monthly paid employees. Non-management also has monthly paid employees. Now the customer has a requirement like they want 3 different pay groups. Though this based on the management levels. Based on the management levels, they want 3 different pay groups. All monthly paid executives into one pay group. All monthly paid management employees into one pay group. All monthly paid non-management employees into one pay group. Something like this. If they have that requirement, you need to create each pay groups and then group the pay groups into pay and group. Because in one go you can run the payroll for all the 3 pay groups at once. We can run the payroll for all the 3 pay groups. Set up a separate pay group for each one and then create a pay run group. Correct? But why wouldn't you just create one pay group and put them all together? Up to customer requirements. Normally though is executive management, non-management. The salary is processing on end of the month. If it is monthly means for everyone, you are processing payroll at once. That is a case with only one pay group. If customer has such a requirement, I want different pay groups for my reporting purpose or tracking purpose. And that is a requirement or executive employees, a salary period is different. If that is the case, create pay run group. No one will go with this option. We can trust me on this. No one will go with this option because it's not required at all, but to meet certain customer requirements. Workday has provided this. Any questions here? Let's move on. Then override first processing period. Here, what are the period schedules we have selected? What are the period schedules here we have selected? All the papers will be available here. Assume initially we planned going goal on 1/1/2022. This is the initial goal I have made. But unfortunately, due to this pandemic, due to some other models, have not been progressed or, let's say, budgetary issues. Whatever the reason, the goal of date has been postponed to February 1st, 2022. Which means you require to override the first processing period. What does it mean? When you run the payroll, automatically your goal of date is going to be, your goal of date. On goal of date, we are going to run the payroll. Initially, I planned 222. If still I'm going with this month, I'm no need to give any details here. System automatically picked up the first payroll month. If by any chance the payroll process has been changed next month, then I must override this. If not override this, what happened is Workday still run the payroll only for first payroll. Let's assume that we're going as per the date 1/1/2022. Ignore. Here you have days from payment date to display pay slip. Display pay slip. Let's say here what we said, employee should get paid on last day of the month. What are the last of the month? Employee should get paid for easy understanding. Let's take this one. If you give 0 here, employee will get salary on 30th of June and employees can view the pay slip on the same date. On the same date, if I give -1, what did it mean? Employee salary will be processed on this date, but employee can see the pay slip on 29th itself. One day. If you give +1, we'll go through the last day of the month. So, the calculations will calculate according to the last day of the month. One also we can do, but it's a weird case. You are being saluted to amplitude and asking them to view the base here tomorrow. It is not the case. There should be a -1 or 0. Any questions here? Is that common? Is that up to customer requirement? Some companies may allow them +2 view one day prior only because of any adjustments or separate with their employees will be ready to be for solid credit. They will raise the concern immediately. Some companies it will be 0 up to customer requirement. Once you give all the details, select now, see what happens. So automatically. All the papers has been defaulted. Now, here you can track what are the last paper that is completed. What are the current paper is in progress and what are the next paper to be processed. And whenever the payroll payment, once you initiate automatically, status will be changed in progress. I read not as started completed each month when you run in the closing automatically. For example, I ran that for this month, the next month automatically popping. If I close this current February month, March month will be automatically comes to improvise. Not as started. Once you initiate the payroll, it will be in progress. We are getting the payroll group here. If the category of the employee belongs to monthly payroll or a semi-monthly, all these details we are giving here. In which field we will mention are these employees related to monthly payroll or semi-monthly payroll. This has to provide the data with customer. Customer will provide. But while running the payroll, the system has to know which employee it has to fetch for the monthly. We are not at the point here. You have to send the members. We had to discuss that. Thank you. Simple and straightforward. Once you get the pay group, how to bring the employees into the pay group. Here, members will be there. You need to send the members to this pay group. Let's see. While I say this pay group, we have multiple approach, multiple options. First option, go to the worker. Before that, let me check. Let me check some other person from the team. What are the options we have here? Is select worker reduction? Is our employee reduction? Now we get to the payroll. Ascend pay group. This is one option. Employees current pay group. I'm changing to our pay group which we created. Why it is not available? I think we have created with the DDB, with the DMD. I'll change the date. As I said, working on critical data. I'm still full focusing on that. Let me change that name, that all the names should be in sync. Now going back to the employee. For the action. Now we get pay group. Ascend pay group. I don't know the existing one. I'll send the new one. submit. Now the employee pay group has been changed to RBS one-click pay group. And the members, you can find that everyone. Like that, we have to bring this employee. This is one option. Let's talk about all options. This is one employee. Now let me find some other employee to assign the pay group. I'll just get Johnson. Access the task. Now the big change on the same. There's another way. If you would like to default the pay group if employee criteria met. If employee criteria met, if you would like to default the pay group automatically. We have an option called automatic pay group assignment rule. It organization here. We have an automatic pay group assignment. By creating certain, for example, all employees working in location Chicago and supervise the organization is part of logistics or part of this pay group. I need to create a rule here. Under the time of hiring, if the criteria met, employees will be defaulted to this pay group. Let me show an example. I'll get the rule first. Before that, I need to get some test data. Let me allow to get some data quickly. I'm creating data just for testing purpose. This is all coded. Now let's see. What I'm saying is if I'm hiring any employee to RMS manufacturing and the employee is part of country USA, automatically the employee must have a defaulted to our pay group. Assume this is our requirement. What we can do is you can create a group, automatic assignment rule. Criteria is what one is supervisor, the organization, the one we created, and country. Add 2 rows. Sectional field. Search for first thing supervisory organization. In the selection list or in the selection list, search for the organization which we created. And then second row. In the second row, please add country. And in the sectional list, this is the rule we created. What we're trying to say here, if any employee part of the supervisor organization. We're hiring any employee in this organization and the employee is part of country USA. They're eligible for the pay group. We're defining that. Click on this pay group automatic assignment tool, copy the text, go to the edit and view pay group. Search for the pay group. Edit the pay group run actions. Navigate to organization, edit organization. Scroll down automatic pay group assignment to add button effective from 11/2022. What happens whenever you're trying to hire an employee and this employee made this criteria employee will be assigned or defaulted to this pay group automatically? Any questions here on pay group automatic assignment tool? Please explain me once again where we will create the supervisor group. That falls under what do you call it? That's faster. Core. This is core HR team will be taking care of the supervisor organization. How to create positions. They are going to be taking care. Are we going to create this automatic rule? Up to customer requirement. I mean in this class. In the book, does it ask us to do that? Yes, it is there. I will explain when it is required. Some customers needs flexibility. What is the flexibility control? I will decide which pay group I have to assign to an employee. That is the case. You should not include automatic pay group assignment tool. Let's say the parallel partner has to take the car while hiring the employee. Another requirement, say that again. Up to customer requirement. Let's say you want to give flexibility to the parallel partner. Parallel partner will decide who is part of which pay group. Then we are not supposed to include any automatic pay group assignment tool. A customer who is implementing Workday and processing third-party vendor. Since the parallel is processing third-party vendor, they want to group automatically assign the employees who is based in the country. All Brazil employees who serve get certain monthly. They should be part of this pay group. Then we need to create automatic pay group assignment group. To make it simple, it is required for integration third-party payroll system. If you're using in-house payroll system, most of the customers will prefer flexibility. We will decide which pay group you need to assign. I don't want system to default like that. Along with the pay group data tool map, along with the pay group data they are sending. But why we are not giving control is because, we know a DP is processing the payroll. I want just the criteria. If I'm hiring an employee in India, let us an employee and monthly pay group. You're hiring an employee in Brazil. Let's assign the employee to the monthly pay group. If I'm using in-house payroll, then I have multiple pay groups. I want visibility. I will take the call which pay group needs to be mapped. That's the reason we don't assign. And again, this is a process as I followed for my customers. Some customers might be there. They may say, for in-house payroll, also, why don't we use this automatic pay group assignment tool? Let me see the feature how it works. Later, if I don't like, I will remove the feature. Such scenario is also there. This is for one pay group. Let's say you have created 5 pay groups later. You decided I will take the call later. Instead of going each and every pay group, you have a task called Maintain Reference ID. Here you can override for all the pay periods which you would like. What we'll discuss here far is just 3 options. Of course, one is pay group. We assign. With the help of these two, we also get the rule. Let me explain all the possible ways. How to send pay group. Group is we are sent to members. Only one member. What would it here? One employee. We are sending the pay group for one employee. How we have assigned. We went to the worker. We wrote. He rolled. I signed. This is the house. Another option is another employee. We have us on how we have us and it through the past. Two-way. We have assigned. Let me explain the third possible back. But this is required quite intensive testing part. But let's stay there before that. Go to the worker pay group. Here we are send automatic assignment. Let me put in this. It's something that is not vulnerable. Assign or default. This is the rule we created in our last session. The simple criteria. What we said here is if I'm hiring any employee in this RMS manufacturing and if the employee location is USA, then this pay group with this pay group called RBS pay group automatically should be defaulted. Sorry, Demon D pay group automatically should be defaulted. That is expectations, no manual intervention. Normally, in real time scenarios, if you're using in house payroll, we may you don't go this option. We will give a flexibility to the payroll partner. Payroll partner will decide whether this employee is semi, monthly, bi-weekly, or what's another option. Semi, monthly, weekly, bi-weekly, or monthly. They will assign directly. But sometimes if you have in-house payroll, you may require this automatic pay group. External payroll. We may require this automatic pay group. Now we have created the rule. We'll do a quick test. For to do this, we need some help from core HR. I'm going to do that. I'm going to create a business process. This is a prerequisites in core HR create position. It looks I already created the BP and then I'm going to copy the BP called hire employee. In this hire, in order to default it, we must have to include certain sub-processes under hire BP. I'm going to add step B, type action, specify assign pay group. Who is going to be assigned the payroll? This is a work date. That's what it is. What I'm saying here is if any employee has been hired, then the immediate next step is pay group must be assigned. Who will assign payroll partner? This is the Workday owned or delivered role. This role we are going to assign to one employee for our testing. Then, since I select the assign pay group sub-process, I also must have to copy the BP. But don't worry about this task, ma'am. This is to be taken care of with core HR team. We're going to review the payroll partner as well. And then I'm going to create a position. First, testing purpose, I'll create 3 positions for our testing purpose. In this session, we're going to talk about how to default the pay group automatically at worker level. In order to do that, I'm creating some test data here and I copied certain business processes as well. What are the expectations if I had any employee under this organization? The next step, pay group assignment steps, should trigger from where it should trigger higher business process. And then you should go to the payroll partner. Payroll partner. This pay group should be defaulted our pay group. There is a case or automatic pay group person that is working. If it failed by any chance, that means we have troubleshoot. That automatic pay group person meant rule. Go back to our pay group again. This is to be assigned third person urban assigned, that is new hire. And as per the criteria, if you hire any employee in this organization and if the employee USA, this big default, we are not supposed to select manually. It should be fun. That is expectations. Now I need to send role also because view big group role we have given to assign pay group. I'm going to send the role here. Select your pay group, related action rows, assigned rows. I've just the date is 1/1/2022. And send that role, which is a role partner. I must say good. Logan and I are going to act as a payroll partner. Normally, why we are assigned a role? Because if anyone is coming into this, if anyone is coming into the pay group, a third, I check, is going to perform Logan McNair. If anyone is coming into the pay group, Logan McNair, I will review. Is this employee for this pay group? If yes, approved, then only the employee will be assigned here. Logan has to approve it, or is it just automatic? Can the person? The product is going to be automatic. She's not going to be added. Does Logan have to approve it? Can you set the P up that she doesn't have to approve it? How it works is, since automatic pay group person meant rule met. If this rule met, then automatically then after Logan may not have to submit or approve because we need a one person check whether the employee coming into this car. For that, I include the review. One more question. You were saying yesterday, if you're sending HR data to a third party to process payroll, to not assign a paper, is that? Excellent. That's true. Normally automatic assignment rule. No other way around. Automatic assignment rule is used for external pay. It might say that again automatic pay group person meant rule. Normally we'll use for external pay. For example, India, I'm hiring 1,000 employees. I can't send bigger each and every time for 1,000 employees. I want system should be fault because all of them are part of monthly payroll because I have only one frequency here. The same thing coming to us. I have different pay frequencies monthly, semi-month, weekly, bi-weekly. I don't want to default the pay group. I want payroll main as a payroll partner needs to be assigned manually that they have a control, they have visibility. You agree? Now let me test it. You'll get an idea of what is the functionality. I will give more examples. Going to the organization, I have created a position and let me proceed to hire an employee. Create new pay hire. Don't worry. This is part of COIR tasks. Just testing out pay group is defaulting or not. Something like this. Hiring somewhere. John, I will select submit. It should supposed to trigger to Logan Miner, but it went for understand. We'll move this step ahead. We are focused only on defaulting the pay group. I'm sending this step to Logan. She'll receive the step here. And now see a pay group must be default, but in this scenario pay group is not default. It failed here. It was asking me to search the pay group. My test case is super flop. I'm sorry to manually. This should not happen. This is not now. Let me. Just will troubleshoot it. Mom, that is helpful for you to let's troubleshoot why it is not different. Going back discard. I'm going back to supervisor. I'm going to cancel the hire process. No option. I want to troubleshoot why, or let me do this way. Copy the event text. Go to the This is RMS Manufacturing Supervisory. Go to the pay group. Go to the RMS. I should use same naming conventions. Or go to the room. I will see this room. I'm going to test this one. Why? First of all, whether my rule has any issues or not. Rule. Result is no. The template didn't meet the criteria, hence rule is not defaulted. This is 0.1 in troubleshooting. Now let me see why it is not defaulted. Go to the rule here. RMS Manufacturing Organization. Contrib location. I will slightly change this room accurately now. Action Crucial Rule. Our real 13 organization proposed. Let me try this combination, and before that I will also do a simple test whether it's matching or not. Just a second. Let me maintain all the names as one because this is RBS like first. I will change this to RBS. Going forward, we'll use the same name. I will change this to first. Let me test. Now the rule is yes, which means if I hire this employee, he will be passed. Great, let me change this rule name and we'll do name testing. Go back to the supervisor organization, cancel this file, then the employee won't be hired. Let me repeat again the hire process, related action, hire employee. Since we have already created, no one is available. For people. I must use some unique name. The other shortcuts we can find out employees. Here we go. Here our employees start hiring. Excellent step is triggered as a review. I'm selecting review expectation. The pay group should be default. Can you see my screen? I have not selected the pay group automatically. It is defaulted. I'm not selecting, of course. If you want to change it, you can change it by selecting the values approved. Now go to our pay group. We have 3 people here. Any questions here? How to default the pay group one more time? Could you please repeat once, please? I can understand, don't worry. Initially, when a test case was failed, how it failed? Because the rule what I have created is incorrect. How I realized after hiring the employee. Now I want to ensure, is this because of the rule it is failing? That's the reason I have done the testing. How I done the testing here and the event aside, the event when I said the event and it told me to tell you here yes or no. Insert here, it will tell you yes or no. Yes means the rule is working for this worker. Is a proof for me 100% confident. If I can proceed, the rule will be defaulted. If it is no, which means the rule is failing. Based on that, when in the first test, it told me clearly, no, the employee not met the criteria. Then what I did, I have changed the rule. Rule to supervised organization proposed. Country of location proposed. Earlier, also, I have set the same fields, but the fields are different. Supervisor organization for worker country of location. Now I have changed, then it's working. Any questions, mom here? Sorry if I made it more complex. Because we have done the hiring. Due to that, we have selected proposed or that's a good one. When you're doing hiring first time, you're entering the employee. That's the reason why to select proposed. If you're testing for employee who is already existing in the system, then we need to select current. In Workday, any field you select, you have 2 types of field to proposed. Current. Proposed is for new hires. Current is for existing employees. Any question? Now, this is the third way of assigning the pay group an employee. We do have fourth way of assigning the pay group an employee, that is EIB. I would like to discuss all EIBs at once, but let's start now that it will be easy to learn. This EIB configuration normally will be taken care by integration team. In bold EIBs, they will configure, but you may require to run the EIB. What is this? This is required. This approach is required. If you are assigning, you would like to assign or change the pay group for mass employees. For example, I want to change the pay group for 100 employees. If I go manually with this approach or with this approach, it will take time consuming process. Correct? 100 times. 100 times I have to go to employee. If I go with this approach, at one stretch I can assign pay groups for all the employees in one group. Let's see how to do that. Access the task Create EAB. Now I have to go to employee. This is the normal. I would like to show from scratch, or else I'm sure there will be a deliver DIB for this. Let's go with that. This is the EI. Anyhow, you are not going to create in real time. You're going to use the existing one. Let me explain. Access the task view integration system. I would like to learn how to create EIB. Let's do that. That's fine. I'll explain. Create. Name AMS. It's an inbound EIB. All inbound is inbound. Inbound EIB means you're loading data into Workday. Next, get the data. Here, scroll down. Web service operation. Search for assign pay group. Next. No need to do any other changes. Directly can go next time. All the web service have selected and named. Now go to the task view integration system. Search for our RMSS assign pay group. Related actions of this pay group. Integration. Sorry guys. Now get to the template model. Generate spreadsheet template. Format. Comfort. You have Sesame also, but always select XLS. Refresh until this is complete. Here one file will be available. Mom, you are from SAP. It's a kind of a legacy system migration workbench. File is generated. Select. File is downloaded. Select. Open the file. This is the web screen. Web service LS. First, let's discuss this one. Then after we'll talk about that. If you go with this approach, what question you have to ask to our customer? How many employees were processing? Based on that, you have to enter. I'm not able to maximize it. I hope you are able to see it comfortably. How many employees? If I'm also 10 employees, I'll use 10 rows here. If I give 100 employees 100 rows here. Assign pay group event ID is optional. Let's work double generate. If you want to override the ID, you can do text. If you want to work there for two options, the event ID you want to generate, then you can do some numeric. Or you want work there to generate the event ID. Ignore. Don't give anything. Workday will generate it. Worker employee ID. For whom you would like to assign this pay group, go and search for one employee. Or see someone from his team. Let's take dynamic. I'm going to send this guy to our pay group. Currently, he's holding this pay group. He was a semi-monthly. I'm going to give our MS pay group through EAB. What is I need? I need his employee unit ID 2132. I will give here. 1032 employee unit ID. Which pay group you want to assign? Go to the pay group. Go to the pay group. 66. Copy paste it here. Make sure no spaces. We are tagging to this integration for this employee. Assign this pay group. The pay group ID, we have to enter this one. Position. What are the employee's position? ID also, we have to assign. Can you tell me why position is required? Since I already gave employee ID position ID. Why Workday is asking us any guess? Based on the positions, we will consider the pay group. Sometimes an employee may have two positions. Add additional job, correct. Sometimes an employee may hold two positions, primary positions, secondary position, for which position you want to assign. That is the reason here position is important. His position is this corporate paralegal P 1053 is the ID, give the same one here. Three. Does the pay group get assigned to the position or to the employee? Worker. That's why primary key is worker. Secondary key is which position. Got. Then effective date. When you would like to assign the pay group to an employee, that effective date challenge is here only because format issues will come on, but still I will try. My laptop has this date format issues. The format YYMD 2022 the low one, some random data select. January, February, sorry guys, John, fifth time assign this pay you to the same plan. Always make sure should be this format. The tool. I will try to format it. I'm a little afraid here, especially in the date format multiple times. This will suit. Now, by checking here, I will see it looks like fine, but let's give a try. Event ID, I'm not giving. What is event ID? If ID means we assign our members. We assign our members. If I go to this guy, work history, this is the pay group event. This is nothing but event ID. What they're asking you. If you're not giving an ID here, I will generate automatic ID something like this. Or do you want to give a custom ID? You can give ID something like APCD1, 2, 3, 4, something. Instead of if I get this one, this ID, you are able to. From not giving, let's look through. It might be an intake question to assign the pay group to an employee. Through what data we need? We need employee ID, we need pay group ID, we need position ID, we need the effective data. And then move on to our page here. Pay group is a business process. Do you want to trigger approvals or do you want to automatically complete the process? Here you have options. I will select automatic processing, which means no approval should trigger, no notification should trigger. Process should be completed. A manual means you are in the pay group. I will select automatic, no approval should trigger. This code don't exist on exit validation error. I am assigning the pay group for 100 employees. If I identify if employees are running to errors, I don't want to proceed further. I will select yes. Processing comment, you can give some incident number 0, 0, 2, 3, 4. You might have some ticket RTM number. Change ticket number. Give it here for a reference. Any questions here on this page? Shall we test? Can we save this and just reuse it every time? Of course, mom, definitely you can reuse. We can reuse at any given time. And sometimes what happens is as part of the new update Workday may do some changes. At that time it may not work, but until the new change is coming, we can reuse the EIB any multiple times, no limit. Probably after each major release. We would want to just confirm it works. Twice a year. But then there might not be like every 6 months is an impact. Might be 2 years, 3 years. They may come up with new terms, new names. Earlier this row is not there. Earlier this row is not there because directly it will hit the primary position. Now Workday has come with some custom must. We will raise concerns. I have 2 positions, but you are given an option to assign pay for 1 position. How can I override to my second position gap? Workday gave this feature. Similarly, hey, the event ID generating automatically. We are not able to read our indications, are not reading. I would like to give my own event ID done new feature like that. Let me see this record will give a try. Is a pass or fail? We will see. Since I'm going to access. Let's say go to the task view in a sorry view, integration system. I have the task view integration system. Search for RMS. The action. Integration. Launch our schedule. This prompt. You're going to touch the document, the spreadsheet template. I'm going to pause for a second because once I select, it will display my downloads. Just pausing for a second. Select file. Assign pay group. See here, I attached the file. Now see the parameters file. We have attached error limit. For example, 100 people were assigned the pay group. And I'm validating the file. If 10 employees run into error, stop loading. I have an option here. If I get 10 records, 10 errors out of 100, stop, don't load. If I get at least one error, stop, don't load. If I get unlimited errors, stop, don't load. I'm saying this criteria. Validation only. This is a simulation. If I select validation only is yes. This is a simulation, which means actual file is not loading into Workday, but it is reading the data. That, based on the result, you can take a call. Why this is validation, only mode is required. Can anyone tell me how it helps? We can reduce the errors before loading the code. For example, 100 employees. I'm successful loading without validating all the records. I'm assuming all the cards will go. 30 records are loaded, 7 records got failed. Now manually, I have to exclude the 30 records successfully processed and load again for 70 employees. High critical task. Make sure, that's why simulate it first. All the records are successfully loading. Then only load it. Select the checkbox errors. If you run into any errors, would you like to display the attachment with the integration? Select this checkbox. We assign the spreadsheet template. I'm saying loader limit will be unlimited and I'm running in validation mode. I'm not loading the data. Errors attachment. Refresh until it says successfully completed. Refresh. Let's see. We will get an error or first attempt successfully processed. I'm afraid on the date related things. We are into error. What's a good learning? Let's see what is error. It doesn't give you a clear idea for it here. What you have to do is output file. This is the failure report. Select this failure report. And then here this report is available. Second, I'm going to open this report. As I guess expected, issue is with invalid format of the day. That's why it's got failed. Let's do format again. Working on AI be required more patience until you are comfortable. And once you know how to debug there, trust me, you'll like this process. Repeating the process again. Integration details system related action. Integration, launch or schedule. That's the file. Select file. That's the file. It's running. This process should be repeat until we have loaded successfully. For just 100, I might just do a manually. After all this, still I know this is a data. While you're doing that, I've been doing all the exercises in the main book. But then we also have this payroll consulting core book. Should we do those too? First, please go with payroll consulting core. Here we go again. The error is an effective date. As I mentioned, can you please help me if you guys have Excel skills? What is the best way to process this effective date? You need to put a format on that. You need to format it. Go to click format. Format cells. Go there and you need to do. I think you do. No, I don't think it's. Is it text or no? I changed it to text by give the column here. No, I'm thinking it should work. It should work. Sorry guys. Too many twos. Too many twos. That's what I'm wanting. That also is enough to fail the integration. Is it text format now? I gave the column, hence is text format. Shall I give it? If not, please help me on this, please. Is everything on the spreadsheet text format everything? This is a work. No, I mean what? Where are the numeric is giving? I'm making it to the text format. Where are the subject? By default system and picked up a text format not into numbers. But anyhow, we are not getting error here, not here, not here. It's just saying the effect you have entered is not in format. I believe now this should work since I might have given 2 to 2 many 2's for a reason, and now I also made the text. We'll give it a try. Give me a second. They're all good learnings. But working on the ABC is really fun. Same time. First few times. It is fun. First few times we don't like to work on here, especially when I'm learning the A, B, C integration launch schedule, repeating the same process. Integration attachment. Select files, attach the file. Now let me directly load. Anyhow, we are loading one file. If it is fail, also fine that's. If it's actual load, also fine. Error attachment. Wish. I'm confident now it should work. Let's see. After edit, it's taken time means it should. Now it is working. Why am I saying it's working? I can see the processing time is now 11 seconds. Earlier 9 seconds is failing. It means it's reading the data. 9 for complete. Now let's go to our pay group and see this employee is assigned to our system or not. Here you can see the process fully completed for that. If you want to see processing function, one record, the main important ones, hold on please. Here you can see total records 1. If you load 100 records, you can have the records. Total records processed. 1 total records failed 0. All records successfully loaded. If you see validation here, if you select validation, show validated. So, we're on top of the time for 2 minutes. Please bear with me quickly. We will see the result and then we'll hold new pay group. Should be, must be, part of our pay group. Finally, we are sending an employee to pay group. Any questions on this four approaches we discussed? Today's session, what we will do is we'll discuss about earning. What is earning? In order to process earning, what details you need, we will discuss. And of course, payment reduction rules. Testing is still pending and I am into another tenant. The data, what you configured, is not available in the tenant. That's why I'm starting this topic. But on Monday, I will configure all the required data. We will initiate testing part. When you're creating a pair, learning a set of questions we are asked our customers. Something like, what is the earning name? Example, who is eligible for the surname? Who is eligible for the surname? What is the frequency? Not mandatory. And it's not mandatory, you said? Because, yes, because I will tell why I'm saying not mandatory, I will explain. Don't worry, it's not mandatory frequency. Sometimes, as I said, earnings are of two types through parallel input. When you're processing, you may require to override the frequency at that time. Only will define, not mandatory, at earning level. And then we would like to provide earning amount. If you ask, based on calendar days or clean days, what are all taxes impacting the surname? In simple, what are taxes? We'll calculate on the surname. Is there any benefit or no? Any benefit or no? Any benefit should happen on this earnings. These are common questions that ask to the customer, of course, eligible to rule or uncategorized pay group additional criteria. For parallel earning, what is the source? Can you guess? Can I create just like the parallel earning? Basically, source is compensation. Example, I hope she Logan has access. I will go to an employee John. Here each compensation on one, let's say comp plan or compensation component. Each plan we have to pull the amount into the payroll calculation engine. I know. And then be analyzed based on the employee pay frequency. What? I know. The analyze is on employee. What is the annualized here? Let's see this example. Same amount. Same amount. I have a monthly frequency. How much the employee will get per month? Take the number 19778 divided by 12. How much? 16564.83. Oh, I got the value monthly frequency. Nothing but total amount divided by 12 months. This is the number. Same employee. I mean another employee with semi-monthly frequency. How much you will get is a different amount. Five FU divided by 2. Why he just semi-monthly? 828141. What has inbuilt calculations? When you select this calculation, it will pull the employee compensation into payroll calculation engine. It will check what is the pay group of this employee. Here we check the pay group of the employee. He is semi-monthly. Semi-monthly means every 15 days. Divide this amount divided by 24. Why not 12? It's semi-monthly. Semi-monthly. If it is weekly, then 53 weeks automatically. The amount should be prorated. Source is here. This is the source. Now let's see. We'll create a simple allowance plan. Simple. And the source is the source of the plans. The source for the compensation plan is compensation team is responsible to create these earnings. Let me run one example. We will play a role as a compensation partner. We will play a role as a payroll partner and we will see, compensation consultant, payroll consultant, and we'll see how that name works. This session is just to give you an idea of how the compensation data will be pulled into the payroll calculation engine. Only one thing, this is share a tenant. We may not have full access, but let me give a try. As a compensation team, assume we are all one team. We got a requirement. The requirement is they have a meal allowance. A new plan called meal allowance. Meal allowance every semi-monthly, Mr. John Chen. Our employees who serve in semi-monthly eligible for $500. Some monthly. And let's say $1,000 per month per 1,000 employee is eligible. Now I'm going to create an allowance plan which is meal allowance. This is a compensation team job. It's not our job. It's not payroll job. Create allowance plan. It's HR's job. In HR again, we have a team called compensation and the rewards team. They are responsible. What is this payroll? Last run date. This completely new tenant. Oh my. No result. Let me initiate. Don't worry about this. During payroll process, I will explain. Now I want pay results to process and I'm initiating this. Just we are refreshing until it's 100% 75 employees. That isn't why I'm doing, we need some sample employees, hence. Now select one employee from professional corporate. I'll send Hunter. Let's go with this worker. I'll send Hunter. I'm going to create a new program. For this employee, we're going to test. And of course, we have to check the pay results. 1 to 10 and 19. In this date, only I'm able to test because, as I mentioned, I'm into another tenant. On this date, only I can test. What I'm going to do, I'm going to create first role compensation as a compensation consultant. I'm going to create a meal allowance. And as a compensation consultant, I'm going to create a Before that, let me check the conference. Let me create this. Here we are going to map something like this. Once you assign this compensation element or running, it will map here. Now let's see just the compensation. It acts as a bridge between compensation pay. Now create allowance plan. Oh, because the results are available on that date. Now here we're going to enter the name and element just now, we create assign it here. I'm saying $1,000 per month. Frequency. Compensation consultant plan is ready. Now compensation consultant is going to assign this plan to an employee. Let's take this guy. I'm going to send the compensation plan further. The new plan should be available here. Production composition. Request composition change effective date 2023. And then you can go to the one of the, any of them can be fine. Scroll down to the other one section. And meal allowance. We created $1,000 before to submit. Perfect. Now at a worker profile, I can see the meal allowance. I can see meal allowance. Similarly, I will go to the worker pay. Let me show her employee's current pay slip. We are not able to see any meal allowance on the plan. Expectation. Once we get earning and run, another line should add here and it should display the meal allowance of $1,000 here. Currently it is not there. A compensation team is done. They get the plan. They are sent to the worker. What next now? Now the payroll team job will start. Payroll team job will start. Access the task. This is a very basic, simple learning I'm creating. This is the task. Or payroll one. Enter the name. The code acts as a reference. ID for this learning, default payslip name. If you want to default any payslip name, sorry. Now, if I don't do any value here, this value will be displayed in the payslip. If I give any value here, something like this is going to be present in the payslip, not this value. I'm repeating again in the payslip. In the payslip, if I go default payslip name, this one will be different on the payslip. If I don't give any value here, this is going to be displayed in the payslip. Up to customer equipment however they want. Country restricted to USA. Effective date 1/1/2019. Criteria run category we created. Let's select regular. Pay group. If I have, for example, semi-monthly professional is there, and then admin is there, and then what do you call it? Different pay groups are there. If I select can you explain? I'm sorry, the relationship to the run category. Every earning has to be associated with a run category. Good one. This is a criteria. Now, if I'm not giving here, I have run categories, different types, regular, off cycle, on demand. They are in categories. If I'm not giving any value here, which means this name is eligible for all the run categories. Oh, if it's a regular here, which means this earning is eligible only for regular and category. Why we here? We are different, active employees. You remember. It's going to check on this conference is going to be calculated. That's fine. You regular. If you're not giving, there's no harm bonus run category. Also, it will be processed automatically. Commission also. It will be processed automatically, but our requirement is only for regular employees and ongoing plan. Similarly, I have different types of pay groups here. If I select any pay group here, which means I'm restricting this, earning must be eligible only for the people who are part of this pay group. I have admin and professional. Those two pay groups are not eligible. If you unselect it, all the employees in the pay group are eligible. Does it make sense? Can you scroll up for a minute? I just want to see what form you're on again. Let me go. Can you scroll up? Here we have different types of papers. If I'm not selecting any pay groups, which means all pay groups are eligible for this earning. Earning in the sense middle of it. Everyone is eligible. If I select any of the pay group, which means only the particular pay group employees are eligible. Essentially, it sets a restriction. Exactly. This is one, not manually or different. Then the main important is here. Are there further criteria? Who is eligible? Here you're defining active as terminated early. Here you're defining which pay group is eligible. Here you're defining who is eligible. And here, what are the data I'm going to configure? Please ignore. Don't worry because you may feel like complex at this moment. I'm going to start the session called calculation. I will explain in detail. If this session is just an overview for you to understand what is earning, that's all. I want to get eligible to rule. What is my eligibility rule? The employee who's ever have the compensation plan called middle of earnings. The employee eligible for this earnings. Reasonable for this earnings. What I'm saying is I have, for example, I said to this pay group, under this pay group, let's say under this pay group, I have 100 employees are there in this pay group. 100 employees are there in this pay group. If I'm not giving this eligibility rule, which means all 100 employees are eligible for this earnings, it will process for all the 100 employees. Now, if I gave eligibility, I want to process only for the employee out of 100 employees. I want to process only for the employees who is having this compensation plan. Then I need additional criteria here. Let me hold any questions on my statement. Who are you going to? How are you going to select that? I'm going to create that. I'm saying no pay group since the testing tenant, which means all the employees are eligible here to check. Additional criteria, what I'm going to do select prompt create. Since I know which calculation is suitable directly, I'm going to that calculation, but I'm going to walk through all this calculation for you. Don't worry. Calculations are never be constant until we continuously practice and we continuously understand the logics. It's always different. Does Workday come with KLC already created? Of course, that is going to depend here. We are going to depend here. These are the eligibility rules. We have to come. Then it says that comparison calculation. Name relevance plan equal to mid relevance. Now, if you are an SAP, this is nothing but schema, sub-schema function. Sorry, PCR functions operations, but compared to that, SAP Workday is simplified. Now I have to write a criteria. Criteria resource field employee compensation plan as of period ended. Standard fees compensation plans as of period ended in the section list. The employee who is having this mid allowance plan, that employee is eligible. That's what I'm trying to say onto this ad name. Then calculation, I'm going to select a workday, delivered calculation, standard calculation, compensation, element value. This calculation, standard calculation, if you are creating an earning for a compensation plan, then standard by default. This Workday delivered compensation, Workday delivered payroll calculation. A request, can please read this one? I mean, you can just go through this one. You're saying that we would always have to select that. If you're bringing the compensation value and that to amount, not percentage, 1%, we have different things. This is not suitable for hourly wage, is not suitable for percentage compensation plan, only amount based. But not suitable for salary. What did you say? It's not suitable for what? Not suitable for percentage based compensation plans. Example housing allowance not suitable for hourly compensation plan because we are to process the rate. Normally, again, this is a quick sum compensation knowledge, compensation plans of 3 types. Amount of flat amount, let's say $1,000. Percentage example in $1,000, 10%. Something like that. 10% you want to calculate. Another one is rate per hour. Hourly wage employee per hour $100. This calculation is suitable here. Amount based, not for these 2 requirements. That's what I'm saying. I'm not explaining in this class since I want to make it very simple. I don't want to confuse you guys. Once we start, we'll create 3 types of earnings. Easy, moderate, complex. Let's see. This is a basic, easy one. I'm not giving any further values scrolling down directly, but I want you guys to explore. Monday will configure one moderate complex compensation element. You remember we created a meal allowance. Compensation element, meal allowance. We created a compensation plan with that. Now integrate the compensation plan, meal allowance here. You go to the bridge now. This meal allowance is going to fetch the compensation data into payroll calculation engine. Similarly, scroll up. You have two tabs. Any earnings when you're creating. Effective date. What are the changes you do here? You must enter the effective date. That's why effective dated, you must enter the effective date. Any changes you want to apply. Non-effective dated. In the pay accumulation, we have selected one pay component on gross. Did anyone remember? What is the pay component? Add to gross. Now, if you would like to add this earning to the gross, you must select this pay component. Then only this particular amount will be displayed under gross section in the payslip. And what taxes will be calculated on this earning? Federal state taxable. City local. State and government insurance. We will talk during our finance. What do you call finance? Sorry, taxes in class. Creating a very basic, simple earning. If you notice everything, I've selected all the fields which are delivered by work except this eligibility criteria. I created this one just to show how to get eligible to lose. We're going to get more and more incoming sessions. Any question? You don't put any worker eligibility, then it's just going to pull. If I'm not giving this one, everyone is eligible. Everyone is eligible. That's essentially, like you said, a restriction. I'm starting. We'll do a quick test. I assign to Miss. Let me go to the worker. Pay results. I'm going to recalculate for this employee since its current status in progress. And I'm able to recalculate. Related action. Pay calculation. Here, each paper, we will get 1. For each pay frequency, we'll get one row. Each row will be added. I'm going to recalculate to test our learning. It is processing or not. Instead of running the pill for all the employees first, I want to check for one employee. Related action. Pay result. So, pay calculation. Recalculate. Now here if I submit, if 1000 has been added 14 cents 75, then our testing is passed. If you can still see the same amount, then do you submit the configuration? I can see 14,275, which means amount has been processed. Let's see the pay slip. have been processed. But question at employee, I gave $1,000, but why $500 only has been calculated? It should come $1,000. It's the pay frequency. Employee pay frequency, month, nominal. He'll get in the next paycheck twice a month. Correct. He'll get 100. This one. I would like to give an example. It's just a practice. I mean, just to get familiar. What is our name? How the data is flowing from competition. What? What is in the company's element? How it is integrated with our plan and send the data. That's all. Why we are integrating the compensation plan with the payroll? Because directly, if we create the elements in payroll, it doesn't. No. That's why it's a combination element. We'll first switch. I have my loan span here. And I have my company's element here. This company's element we will map to our name. In simple as a big terminology wage type. This is going to act as a bridge between competition module and payroll. Whatever the endings that we are creating, first we need to create in compensation element. After that we have to create an evidence plan. Then it will come to. Now again, I want to discuss the topic as well. When I say our name, what is the difference between our name and direction? And our adds to the employee's compensation. Gross deduction makes a way. Now let's ask this question. What are the types of our names? We have salary, but then we have other types of earnings like a gym membership allowance, plans housing allowance, a car allowance. If the company pays part of your premiums for your insurance benefit. When we discuss that, absolutely. Let's stick to this. Apart from this, this is also going to be added to the employee gross. You agree? If you give salary advance loan amount, is it going to be added to the employee gross? Correct? Now I'm going to your question. You mentioned all the earnings must be go to the compensation. No, these are ad hoc. Correct. Ad hoc on demand. These are not part of employee salary. These are like the benefits given to them, benefits given by the company to an employee. Employee cannot not take up to employee interest. These amounts we no need to answer under compensation. These are amounts you can process through the payroll input. These amounts, especially ad hoc payments, you can process through the payroll input. Regular wages must be go through compensation only. Any questions, clear or not clear? My understanding is like if it is a regular and then we will include in compensation if it's an individual, like one-time payment, something like that. But I get a little bit. Or a direct payroll. Directly, you can process from. That's the current. How do you do the payroll input? Definitely. Can I proceed now itself? Sure. Let's do that. Learning. Now, let's assume I'm processing loan to this employee. Assume employee requested $10,000 US dollars loan amount. And you agree to repay loan repayment. $1,000 every month. This is earning. This is deduction. This is earning. This is deduction. Now this ad hoc one I can't process through the compensation. Improper payroll itself I have to manage. First I will create an earning. Let's see for this. We will process. Run it. Name. AMD loan payment. Am loan restricted to country USA. Scroll down to writing like warrant category. Since I'm processing through the payroll input, ad hoc payment eligible to rule search for payroll input. The loan amount, the $10,000 you are paying, is a one-time or ongoing. It's always one time. Once a while you can give loan correct. Do you agree? I'm going to select one of the calculation payroll input one time exist for pay component. This is a work with delivered calculation. What we're trying to say. The employee has one-time payment input. Then the employee is eligible. That's what we're saying. Scroll down in the calculation. Search for payroll input work, the standard calculation, and select input amount allowed. If you're giving the amount along with the salary, ignore this field. If you're giving that amount on a weekly basis or in a one a week, you need to over at the frequency. I will explain this one. Please ignore. I don't want to discuss all the details. You will get confused. Make it simple. I have created a simple loan payment code. I gave to give one category defined eligible to work the standard one calculation also selected. Input amount allowed, not the above. Since I'm not bringing from company. So, no progression because it's longer since I'm not bringing from compensation and only to define any value here. Make it blank. Scroll down. Go to the worker. Johnson. The testing for this one. Go to more. Pay component start at 1/1/2090 and that 1/01/31 2090. The one-time payment, there's no problem. Semi-monthly. A component, we created our pay component loan payment. Select. Make sure the loan payment must be available. Scroll down. It's a one-time payment. Processing defaults. I'm not already not adjusting. Processing through regular pay, also a regular run category. Hold this one. As I said, explain again. Scroll down. Scroll to the side. How much loan you want to give? 10,000. And you can give a comment. May I get approved? Cost as well as a loan amount. Select. Is it cost? Don't worry, I will expand. Make it more simple. Or input also not there. How can you test it? Go to the results. I'm going to test it. Reduction. Pay calculation. Recalculate. If you see 10,000 is increased, then it's passed. $10,000 has not been increased. Any reason? Why it is not increased? What went wrong? Well, I was just going to ask you what you're doing here. To quote recalculate. Is it just a stimulation and then you have to go back and yes, it's a simulation. We are not giving any result. It's just a stimulation to see what it would do to the bank. Correct. Why didn't it? We have given a one-time payment as a rate for 31st of Jan. As it is a semi-monthly calculation, it will take in the next run. But I gave 1/1 at 2019, which means the payroll is happening between these two dates also. Shall I explain? Intentionally, I did one mistake. The reason is, if you do mistakes, you will remember. What I did is, I haven't assigned. Add to browse. When you don't select this, add to browse. This won't display in the past. Make sure. This is very important, especially for earnings. Now let's test again. Same, I'm going to repeat reduction. Pick up. If it is increased to 10,000, then it's working. It should work now. Let's see. 24,000. Can we see or not? It's not working. Little afraid to test anything in this share it. Now let me troubleshoot why it is not processing. Go at. I will see whether my earnings have been processed here or not. Run amount is not processed. Now let's troubleshoot. I think could be a little bit different. I think we have one-time payment last, but one option is the room. I will just give a try with this because, as I mentioned it, and on, we'll get the result. Another challenge is when we create the payroll import. It should display for worker here under input. But surprisingly, it's not displaying and not showing the security issue or not. I will give a try. Let's see if our 24,000 will process or not. No, it's not processed. Let's see if paper is fetching or not. Last. If not, I don't want to pollute. We'll continue. One to 15, 15 to 30. Subperiod when we have to select is mid of the month. We tried with this. Let me try with this subperiod because mid of the month we are paying to the employee on 15th. Subperiod is nothing but between one date 1 to 30. On channel. We can pay tab. Call. To. Then it's not about calculation, ma. The reason is pay input is not available here. Could be a security issue. My request. We tried with 3 calculations. Can I hold and continue the same troubleshooting in our next session? And also we will test out detection as well. Is that? That's fine. Because I tried with 3 calculations. Not working. I want to check the talent once. I don't know what I will do. We will troubleshoot. Thank you. 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 This one is called pay profile, worker pay profile. Worker pay profile. When you search worker pay profile, we will get a visibility of all the payroll related data for this worker. This is called profile. These are all called profile groups. Profiler profile groups. In Workday, you have an option to hide profile. You also have an option to hide profile groups as well. I'm going to give one example. I will try to hide this pay profile. I will try to hide this pay profile. How to do that? This is not recommended since payroll is one of the mandatory modules, but just for our understanding, I'm running this file after the task configure profile. Search for worker profile. Pay for worker profile and select the value and select the checkbox. Now I'm navigating to the same employee. We cannot see that well. Can you see pay here, pay tier or pay profile? Now let me bring the pay profile back. Let's see file name. File the pay profile. A. There are the Workday values. Which one you want to display? Which one you don't want to display? Yes or no options. That edits the entire employee profile. That's a good question. Not for one individual employee. Impact entire employees in the tenant. Correct. And it's every type of profile. It's pay profile. It's benefit profile work. Pay profile will be hidden for all the employees in all countries, not for one country. Now pay tab is back. Now let's talk about trying to hide these values. How to do that? Profile groups. Access the task. Configure profile groups. Profile group name. pay profile. Now let's talk about worker profile. Which one you want? You don't want to display. Just exit, take it out. Mom, reported time. We have to remove this value. Go back to the worker. There is no option. Reported time. Let's quickly enable the report back. Wherever you would like to add, you can add by selecting or I would like to display. That is the first value. I can select it. But it's not recommended because pay slips, pay groups should be displayed. I will select somewhere next to tax selections. Here are load reports. There are options you can display under your payroll time. Please explore all these options, please. I'm going to select what is the field name. Let's now go to the worker. Any questions here on reported time? No problem. I think we might have what was recording. Quickly, I will summarize. Today, we discussed how to create a payroll input for earning, how to get a payroll input for deduction, loan payment, loan repayment, and just a walkthrough or overview of payslip sections. Configuration is still pending payslip. And then how to configure profiles, how to configure profile groups. Anyone have any questions? At the moment, we can utilize for questions. Let's do one thing quickly and walk through these steps all, and we will go. Whenever we set the Pay tab, here you have Pay Results where we can access employee results based on the monthly, semi-monthly, weekly or bi-weekly. What are the pay frequency? Here you can track the employee pay results. And here pay slips for till 6 months or 1 year. You can access the pay slips, employee pay group data, pay group pay frequency. Employee payment, elections, bank payments, or what do you call it? Checking payments, that information will access here. And employee tax selections. After tax configurations, I will explain in detail on this. Federal tax, state tax, local tax, additional tax if applicable. And time tracking related data, employee tax documents, wage to documents, or anything. If you generate The employee can download the wage to documents, employee garnishments, or withholding orders. These are all we have to discuss. How to record amendments. Apart from these payroll import, just now we discussed load repayment is visible, loan payment is not visible. Costing allocations. If an employee gets paid from two to different cost centers, here we will maintain the split. Cost center 150%, cost center 50%. I will explain just a walkthrough. Employee loan balance. If you have a report, we have to maintain. Sorry. We will fetch your loan balance. And then that's all the tabs currently we have. Any questions until the session ends? This tab is visible to the employee or only for the administrators or based on. By default, we allow the employee to view the tax selection span because they have to see how many depend on the declare. What are the additional income? They have set additional income. They're getting how they're gonna, what do you call it? Proceed with the tax spouse together, single or married. All the details we will allow the employee to view. If your requirement is employee don't want to view, that is also possible. Simple. The security will remove the employee self-service and tax selections. But we should allow the employee to view the tax selections. One more doubt, if we see about the loan details, some employees will have the loan details and employees will not have the loan details. Based on the requirement or security rules, the loan details will be visible. Oh, good question. The loan will be visible only if the employee has loan. If the employee doesn't have a loan, we can hide it, that the security team will help us here. Whenever the employee is applying loan, we will intimate with the security team that the staff has to visible to the employee. One is ways of working, which means ways of working means we'll educate the employees. Don't mind if don't consider if you're seeing the loan balance, this is expected. If you are taking any loan, we will get a customer report. That report will bring on display here whatever loan you have taken and as of late, how much you have paid. What is the outstanding loan balance? If you're seeing blank means you are not opting any loan. This is ways of working, which means we are the employees agreeing. If we see value means you're taking a loan. If you're not seeing any value means you're not taking a loan. Another one is strictly, I don't want to display the loan balance. If the employee has not taken the loan, if this is your requirement, we need a security help here. I think what I understood is the best way that giving the report to everyone, like whenever the employee is taking the loan. If we give the report, then employee can able to see what is the balance amount and when it is linked to end page from the direction. Here. Loan balance means most of the times in real time. If we think loan balance means it won't be visible for one employee or another employee, it will be a task every time for the security. Correct? Best option is always reporting, but some customers will think why I have to pay additional billing for my reporting and all. I will deal with ways of work. Employees should reach out to the HR admin or finance team to get the loan details. Both ways. If I can't customize it, to spend some more bucks to get this feature fine. We will configure if customer is a no. No, we will. We will because there's no integration required this value and we did no impact on worker also. Correct. Just to know that what is the amount that withheld are outstanding. The finance team also, they can send through a mail. Thank you. Everyone, please take care and stay safe. See you tomorrow. Thank you. Thank you. Good day, you. Thank you. Paralleling input. Paralleling input. We're going to talk about loan payment, loan repayment. Now we're into a new tenant, which is Proudware Organizer. I will go to one of the employee and see what are the current payroll status of the employees. We have one, pay the rent. What is this? Pay the rent in calculation strategy. That's good. We can test for this employee. As usual, I'm going to create. Let me open the new tab. We're going to test our loan payments and loan repayments. The first time, I want to create a loan payment, which is an earning. Create earning. Let's name it as payment code. Country restricted to USA. Effective date and one to get on 19. Run category regular. As I discussed, payroll input. One time. Bull input. One time exists for a component. Let me set the value. Let me try this. As I said, calculation delivered or recreated. It's always not a standard one. Hit and try until we get some experience on this. Just quick recap. In the last session, we stuck here. We're testing and we run into errors. We're not able to proceed further. I am starting again. I'm creating a loan payment, loan repayment once. First, we'll test loan payment payroll input and then we'll proceed with loan repayment. If the payment successfully works, the loan payment is when the company is paying the employee for the loan they requested. Oh, yes, ma. It gets set up as an earning because loan you are giving to the employee is set up. Got it? And then the loan repayment will be a deduction. Loan repayment is nothing but a deduction because we're deducting from employee's paycheck. Correct. Just wanted to share about that. No problem. Let's proceed. Then put this for the run category. And to be safer side, I will start one more condition. Pay for my loan. Calculation search for payroll input. Remember any amount which is not part of employee regular compensation. Any amount you would like to process ad hoc basis salary, advance, or loan payments. We can process the payment input, amount of the loan, and then scroll up. Non-effective, gross. One point I would like to highlight, especially when we are working on the payroll input, is whenever you pay your input, you can process hours, you can process amount as well. Whenever you check box input amount alone, then only your payroll input is available to select. If you're not selecting input amount alone, you cannot process the amount. Let me explain where exactly this will help. Once I enable the checkbox, save this record. Go to the worker who would like to test. Chan, we will go and test for that employee. Let's add the payroll input. There are two ways to add the payroll input for an employee. Three ways to add. One is input. Another one is we can also assign directly to worker. Payroll. Add input. Or the third option, task. Whether of the options will work. Let me go to the task workers. Only for one employee, Mr. Chan. Start date 1/1/19. End date. Let me search this. Month 01/15 to 0/19 since it's a semi-monthly. And here search for your loan payment, the one we can. What I'm saying is, if you're not search the checkbox input amount alone, you cannot select the pay component here. It won't display. If you're not able to see the payroll input here, which means you have not set the checkbox payroll input amount alone. It's a one-time, no process to the regular payroll. We are not processing a lot basis, not with some article of regular run. Now let's discuss these values as well. Batch ID is not applicable if you're processing this payroll input for one employee. Batch ID is required if you're processing this payroll input for a group of employees. For example, in 1 month, loan payment has requested by 50 employees. I cannot go manually for each employee to assign this payroll input. I need an inbound EAB. I can load with the help of an inbound EAB. While I'm loading, I can create a batch ID. I'd rather the batch ID is by any chance. I want to remove the payroll inputs or deleted the payroll inputs for all 50 employees. This is helpful for me. Batch ID is a unique value. It helps to remove the payroll input from the worker profile. Position. How position is required for a payroll input I'm directly giving to the worker. I have an employee name. Any idea or any case where position is required here? If the employee is having multiple positions. In that case, for which position we want to give this loan payment or exactly. If the employee has multiple positions, we need to select. If you see this 1 plus 1 another, 1 plus sign, which means employee in 2 positions. Currently this employee in 1 position primary. I don't need to select by default system and process. Employee also part of 1 company. I need to select this one. Scroll to the side. If they had 2 positions, you would select both. You must have to select one. We have to select one position for which you are processing. But if they had 2 positions, how do you know which one to pick? That customer has to tell you. Are you going to process for primary position? Are you going to process for secondary position? The customer has to tell. We have to tell the customer. John Chen is in 2 positions. Would you like to process for primary or secondary? And how I will know which is primary or secondary? If the employee has 2 positions here, General Counsel is there. There will be a plus sign here. Prefix plus sign. If you see a plus sign, which means that is a primary position. Another one is secondary position. This is customer has to inform us. Any questions on that? And the loan repayment would come back out of that position. Salary is that. And you would have to do it that way. If you did the input against position 1, you would do the repayment against position 1. That's true. Both should be the same. And scroll down. Here are payroll input by worker. We are selecting one employee. We are doing this process. In the coming classes, we will come to a group of employees that is called EIB. Remember to assign pay group. We don't even EIB. Yes, similar to that, we do have an EIB for payroll input. I will explain later sessions. This is for one employee while we are running the payroll. But still the system is asking us what is a PS input. Correct. And in payroll, wherever you see work tax, remember this is coming from financials, Workday financials. Workday financials also would like to track from which call center they want to process this. What is that? This loan amount. Workday Financial wants to know, is this a loan 1, loan 2 or loan 3? These are the custom work tax created by financial people. Don't bother about this. It's not going to impact anything on payroll. These are just a reference value for financial system. It's a free text. Do you have to do? You have to put that there. No, not mandatory. If you are using in-house Workday Financials and the amount has been processing from Workday Financial, We are required to select the financial people. Let us know we are not the decision makers here. Not mandatory. That's why it's not a mandatory field. That room can we add more than 2 loans at a time. Of course, we can do payroll inputs. We can process by selecting 2 books. Then the processing option is override and adjustment. No, please don't go with that. Processing options is a one time. Please ignore these values. I'm not doing any adjustments, not even overriding. When it is override, I already gave a payroll input. $10,000 on the next month. I'm going to give $10,100. I'm overriding the 10,000 to 10,100. That's the reason by default to pick up. But please remember a point, it's a one time. We are not overriding. First time we are giving. We are not overriding. This is ignored. This one please. By system. By default, the system will pick up over. If the employee already paid, maybe. Sorry if I'm in advance. Because my doubt is, like already, if the employee has given 10,000 based on the requirement monthly, the M1 has to deduct some $500 or $1,000, something we will give the option. If employee paid by himself and we have to process through the payroll, can we do such type of option? Yes, of course. For example, 1 month employee agreed to pay $500. Then, after the employee agreed, no, it's taking quite a long time. I will happy to pay $5,000. Which means you are overriding 500 to 1,000. At this moment, no. Good point. Let's assume we are crossing 10,000 US dollars. I can also enter the comment. Something like the main user. Profile. Same thing happen again. Once you assign any parent, it should display here. But for this worker, what is the gap? It will display the row here. It's not displaying. Security issue. Let's see the pay results. If you have paid in progress to requires recalculation, status has changed. They identified the parent input for this employee in this period. But let's process it. The actions that they did. They got recalculated. In thousands. Process. I can see some difference in the amount. Earlier 3,000 employee gross. Now it is increased to 1,000 extra. Scroll down on the compensation page. You must see under earnings. A loan amount must be processed, $10,000. Now we'll go to the employee payslip to view whether this amount is assigned under gross or not. Better actions. Pay result. Pay result. View payslip. Scroll down. Buff. Any questions on how to process a loan payment through payroll input? If you don't mind, could you please repeat why we have not seen before and now that point? Could be. One reason I'm thinking is security reasons where we can't access. I'm thinking until we don't know. A second reason might be we're giving a past date. It's almost 3-4 years. Could be. That is a reason. But system is identifying and processing. That is one good thing. This is a future date you have. No past date, not future date. 20 hand we are testing. In our Friday's test case, we have not seen the amount in the payroll results. Now we are able to see what is the option that makes us different. The trend. What we're using is different here, then what I used is different that time. Now going forward, we're going to use this. It's working as expected, clearly. But let me see this is processed. I would like to see what has been. I think it's something related to security. This is loan payment. We tested. We tend our laundry. Let's talk about loan repayment. Employers have a loan of 10,000. An employee agreed to pay 10,000. $1,000 per pay frequency. It means Sammy wanted. $1,000 is going to pay from his paycheck. Basically, whenever the employee avails the loan, there will be a freezing period, which means 1 or 2 months in only to pay repay. The third month or he can repay. But here we are going to, just since we're testing to understand, we are going to process the deduction on the same date. Deduction on the same date. And also I would like to request one thing here. Remember, the current calculation status is in progress. Now let's create a deduction to process the loan repayment. To create a simple basic deduction, a complex one for one day, we will discuss in upcoming sessions. Name MD loan repayment. Country A. Same. Same again. Who is eligible? And now we are going to deduct this loan repayment from the employee. Is it one time or ongoing? Depends on the requirement. Some clients will allow one time and some clients may be ongoing. Definitely. But here I'm clearly mentioning 1000 US dollars, semi-monthly or semi-monthly ongoing or one time. He's not going to pay 10,000 lump sum at a time. He's going to pay 1000 US dollars per pay frequency. Ongoing money. Sorry guys, ongoing exists for the component. Let me select one more. Let's go with one sort of test as calculation remains same. The most easy earning is payroll input related. Amount allowed. Basic configuration. Now it's a deduction. Currently we are getting deduction, not gross. I have two options to select here, either pre-tax or post-tax. This deduction is pre-tax or post-tax. Tax. It's not a life insurance or healthcare or 41k. It's the post-tax amount, not pre-tax amount. What are the difference between post and pre? We will discuss in a second after testing. Tax. Search. Now go to the employee, Mr. Johnson. What is at? You know. I'm not going to same one. The deduction is to select loan repayment. Started on 109. It's ongoing. I'm not doing any ended when the last year my employee is paying that amount of debt. Not adjustment, along with the regular run category. I'm predicting. Same details. How do you? Now, once I add the payment for, I will navigate to the employee pay results. See the payroll status. I'll let it in progress. Now it has changed to request recalculation. Please remember, whenever the payroll is in progress and if you perform any changes to an employee, you added a deduction. You are doing some adjustment. Are you adding some additional amount of workday? Has ability to identify, hey, this employee requires a recalculation because during in progress itself, there are some certain changes has been applied. Let's test it. Go to the pay results. Those pay those reductions. Pay calc recalc. If you see the dollars here, $16 to $51, which means the ratios of the fully processed. Let's see. I can see the dollars have been reduced. Let's see. Scroll down. Loan payment, loan repayment under post-tax action. Additional taxes, other taxes. Let's see on the page. The production. They call. I'm sorry, the result we basically. One second, let me come back. Action. There is a slip. Scroll down to the post-tax section. Any questions on loan repayment? One question I have is, on the payslip we are able to see A&D loan repayment. Let me show the PDF format also. Spend some time on the payslip. This is how we take the printout looks. First, my question is how to override the name. The customer say, I don't want to display A&D loan repayment. I want to mention like recurring repayment or recurring loan repayment. Customer has a requirement. They don't want to display A&D loan. You can do that. You can set the memo codes the way the client wants them to read. Now we get to the deduction. Well, basically possibly can change that. I will explain the config now. We have an option here. Default basic name. I want to say recurring. Now to test it, let me read on the payroll for worker. recalculate. That is a kind of refresh to bring the new value. Send the base itself. Hold on. If any customer said, I don't want to proceed with the deduction or earning name, can I display something, some different value in the payslip? Of course, we can do that. The help of this, a default. Any questions from here? Let me explain the base also. Basically, configuration a separate topic. Any question? You can scroll up. This is a payslip design. Two things here when you're talking about payslips. Workday delivered payslip standard template. Another one is customer specific template. If any customer said, hey, I don't want to proceed with this, payslip name, payslip design, I want something different. I want to display earnings one corner, directions in another corner, paid benefits in another corner, something like that. Remember, this is not how this can be done by the functional guy. We need BIRT tool expert here. We need a bird expert. Yes? Let me give some examples. Whenever you create an earning or even a deduction, we must define a calculation which is mandatory. Example. Scroll to the earning. Here we have a different calculation. Based on the calculation you have defined and the logic within that calculation, Workday will process the payroll. The calculation we can utilize here or in Workday Payroll. We can also define a calculation as an eligibility. To know more about Workday delivered calculation, we do have a task. Just a second. We do have a task, not this. Run this report, all calculation. Here you have category, which calculation would like to view, payroll absence, etc. I want to know what are payroll calculation are configured, are available from Workday or custom. Custom is the one we are going to create, Workday. What does the customer mean? What is the customer there mean? Custom specific calculations which we create. It says customer. They will say customer, but it is custom calculations because, for example, let's say you are my customer and I'm implementing Workday for you. And you told you have some requirement. And then I noticed some custom calculations are required. I will create those calculations that will fall under customer calculations. Workday calculation means Workday owned calculations, Workday delivered calculations. Let's select. Now you can see the list of Workday calculations derived from Workday. I hope we have access. Now I need to define. If there's something there. If you need something that's not there, I would be surprised. That's all. Workday has given a number of calculations, and also they will give a comment here to understand what is this calculation. A simple comment. Always when you got a requirement. Always try to go with Workday delivered calculations because the calculations are accurate, but some requirements you may require. You may have to go with custom calculations. That we will learn in today's session, but this is a report where you can access all Workday calculations. Then can you remember this report? Custom calculations means the calculations customer create. A customer specific requirement we created. Example select. People might be practicing in this. You can see few. It's bringing all. Someone has categorized these are all absence related difference. Someone has categorized the absence payroll. That's why it's brought to us. It's absence related. Let me see, is there any specific payroll someone created or not? It will bring absence also, I think. Now see all our absence calculations. Mostly people are tagged to payroll also. Some requirements we can. Based on the requirements, we can get this custom collection you cannot find here because everything is absence. These are all payroll calculations. Someone has copied or created France or Sector 755. Now in this session, we'll try to understand what are these calculations. Example, if you select here, you can see bill date conditional constant value date extra date difference. Arithmetic aggregate. These are all custom calculations. We are going to learn these calculations in today's session, and then I will present the custom requirement. I'm quickly repeating again. When you create an earning or deduction under the eligibility section or in the calculation, we need to define calculation, either delivered one or custom one. Let's spend some time to understand what are all custom calculations we have. Arithmetic calculation. Second, one conditional calculation. Third, one lookup calculation. Fourth one, a constant value calculation. A fifth one, date difference calculation. Sixth, one date extra calculation. And then the most important one. Arithmetic. I'm sorry, it's repeated aggregate. Arithmetic conditional lookup, constant date difference, date extra. Oh my god, the most important one, logic. These are 10 calculations we're going to learn, but in payroll, most often, we will use only few calculations. I'm going to highlight those. There are the calculations which are highlighted with asterisk. We'll often use more in Workday Payroll. Now let's see what are these calculations, which scenarios we will use these calculations, etc. First one, arithmetic calculation. What is arithmetic calculation? If you would like to calculate something like food, like to calculate our addition, you mean like something like you want to do minus, division, multiplication, addition. For this, arithmetic calculation is required. What are these? Minus, division, multiply, or addition? See this example. We have a requirement and how early we age. How early we age requirement is simple. Number of hours. Number of hours working, work by the employee. Based on that, number of hours multiplied by. What is mean by that? Rate is nothing but per hour. How much the employee should get? Assume employee should get $50 per hour. Multiplied by how many hours the employee working? 40 hours in a week. Without any $dollars per week. If you have these requirements, you can use arithmetic calculations, multiplications, divisions, abstractions, additions, etc. Commonly, we will use for hourly wage or overtime. We will use this. Any questions here? An arithmetic. Now 50 is nothing but rate. To make it simple, rate is $50 per hour. Total number of hours worked by the employee is 40. Now I have these two values. This value is from compensation. This value is from time tracking. Now I want to calculate in the payroll. I need a formula here. What is my formula? My formula will be rate multiplied by number of hours. Rate is nothing but $50 multiplied by the number of hours worked by an employee, 40 total, $2,000. For this kind. If you have such requirements, we can use this option. Now let's move on to another one. Conditional calculation. Most important in absence, also often will use this one. Let's discuss few examples. Assume a customer has a requirement. They want to process a shift payment. Something like if any employee changed shift 1. Shift pay is 0 if any employee changed shift. short form shift 2. Let's say $5 you want to pay. If any employee shift 3, you want to process $10. Some kind of allowance you want to give per day. But the SFT, like -1, is the shift number. No, it's let me do equal to. Sorry for the confusions. If any employee is in shift 1, he will get shift 1. He'll get 0, no allowance. If any employee shift to $5, we will pay any employees for a shift $310. We will make it simple. Conditional calculations are required for if statement. Conditional calculation is required for if statement. The same example. Let me change another way. A company wants to pay certain office setup allowance. Because this COVID pandemic everyone, we are all working from home. Now company wants to give certain allowance based on the work location. If employee working in Chicago, they want to give a one-time allowance. They want to pay a one-time allowance for US dollars. If an employee working in New York, they would like to pay $750. If an employee working in Boston, they want to pay $600. Based on the work location of the employee, they would like to pay certain amount. Here, whenever you will get if statement, if employee working in Chicago, if employee working in New York, if employee working in Boston. Such requirements, you need conditional calculation. Any questions here? Then move on to the lookup calculation. These are simple and straightforward. Lookup calculation when it is required. Again, taking the same example, something different. If employee complete 3 years of service, company wants to pay $1,000 as a senior allowance. If employee complete 5 years of service, company wants to pay $2,000. If employee completes 7 years of service, company would like to give a one-time payment of $3,000. At this requirement, we need lookup calculation. A point to remember, the same requirement I can achieve with conditional calculation also. Same requirement I can achieve with conditional calculation as well. Calculations are not like only for this requirement. Calculations can be used, reutilized for different requirements. One more point, when you're working on calculation, mostly we need patience. That is why I'm saying that word is conditional calculation until you will test the earning and deduction. If it is working, we cannot conclude it's working as expected. You will do a vigorous test first because you're going to show the output on the base loop. Hit and try kind of things, especially this calculation. Any questions? My men look up. It's going to look up the years of service, and then if they're going to do a calculation, a conditional calculation, works, LUP works, conditional works. Let me do one thing. I'll show this requirement for your understanding how it looks. All achieve this requirement with lookup. All achieve this requirement with conditional. You guys, please tell me which one is easy. I'll go with lookup first. Lookup tables. Now see, use the next. I got there. I said calculate the required for payroll, calculation required for absence, required for compensation. But our requirement is paid. 2000, 3000, 3 years, 5 years, 7 years. Add 3 rows. Such value if employee completed 3 years. The value $1,000. If employee complete 5 years, 2,000 you lost. If employee complete 7 years, $3,000. We have created a lookup table. Then copy this. Of calculation. Assign the value, the one we created. Here search for 1. I have my logic here. How many years? How much amount? And based on what I'm paying, what we're processing, this amount is my credit. For careers of service. Same requirement. I'm going to achieve in another way with conditional calculation. Now you please tell me which one is feasible and easy. Don't worry. This just for heads up, how the logic looks. Same requirement. I'm proceeding with conditional calculation. I order here. condition, create instance value. I had to find the count. What is the result? US dollars. Like that, we have to create for BC and result. Same requirement, I achieved with two different calculations. Which one is easy? We look up a conditional. Look up a conditional. Look up. Look up is correct. Look up is straightforward. Just to but here conditional inside, conditional like an instance value on top of the result and constant value process. We have to think which calculation is quick and fast. It will take a little time to understand this requirement. As I mentioned, calipers are never be constant. You can achieve the requirement with different types of calculations. Let's continue our discussion on different calculations. Constant value calculation. Just now I selected in thousand. For example, whenever I'm selecting some amount or if you're looking for some date, I'll try looking for some numeric, and if it is not available, I can create a constant value. I can create a constant value. Date difference means it's a kind of, let's say you want to process a benefit deduction for the dependent age greater than equal to 55. From where you have to fetch the value, whether how to validate the employee is 55. You have to go on. First hit the employee dependence data. And as of today, what is the employee dependent years? If the years are greater than equal to 55, then the deduction needs to be happened. Such requirements we can use date differences. Date. The name is specifying date differences, something that can be used to return a dependent age based on the current calendar end date minus dependent date of birth. Is there in the book. Example. in-grid logic. Here I want to extract the employee. I want the dependent age when I'm extracting and validating with 55 numeric 55, my constant value. I have to write a date difference. Calculation is going to fetch as of today. What is the age of this employee? As of this year, what is the age of this employee? From where it is going to bring from dependent personal information. Just a second. Now see, here we have age. I want to know who's our dependency. Age is greater than 55. In order to get this information we will maintain a field in the dependence that is dependent age. Our calculation as of this year from the data, but it will calculate. And if the age is 55 and above, then the direction will process. If you have such requirements, then the date difference calculation is required. Anyone have any questions? Let me know if this is confusing. We have this requirement. Don't worry. We want to create in our custom calculation. Then date extract calculation is simple. We have extracted data employee hire date. If employee hire date is greater than as of today, the employee hire date is greater than equal to 3 years. Then you want to do some amount as allowance, something like that. Here you can have to extract that date. It can be employee service date, employee hire date, employee positioning time, employee recent compensation change date. Any day, if you would like to extract, then you can use this calculation. Date extract. Instance value calculation is normally used for tax related calculations, tax adjustment calculations, but most often won't use a payroll. Instance set. Comparison calculation is a very important calculation, payroll. If you want to create eligibility for earning or deduction, if you want to create a calculation for earning or deduction, this instance is compared to calculation mandatory. Because if you are based on the location, based on the country, based on the state, or based on the supervisory organization, based on the cost center, you want to process some amount. This calculation plays a key role. And then aggregate calculation. It can be used to return the sum of all time of paid of a given period to reduce salary wages. To make it simple, we may have to consolidate sum or take the average and process or calculate certain values. Or minimum or maximum that we need. These aggregate we never use in payroll. Most people will use it for absence management. And the most important, logic calculation. Logic calculation, all or often we will use in absence and payroll. If we have a condition or conditions, we may use logic calculation. What is and or conditions? Example. We have a requirement where employee complete 3 years of service with the organization and employee is full-time. and employee should get paid $1,000 the one time. Here, I need two criteria. Employee years of service. I need employee time type also in that condition I need and condition for this. Any questions for on this examples? I explain scenarios which are not often used for payroll. Please feel free to ask questions if you have any. I have a doubt. All these things we have taken as of the current process. Like if the process is happening currently, then these values will happen. If there is a date condition, suppose from with effective from 6 of May, there is a new rate for the average who has been worked 40 hours or 10 hours. In that, can we delimit that? That is one example. Of course, your calculation is just a shell man. How it works is payroll input. You remember, yes. I'll get just a calculation, something like this. And I will get the rate from compensation and the number of hours if you have any house time tracking from the time tracking application. The number of hours working with employee increasing, reducing completely depends on our time tracking system, not in the payroll agree. At the same time, the rate of 50. One employee may have of 50, another employee may have the 70. These details are coming from compensation. We'll get the data from compensation. We'll get the data from time tracking process here. As I mentioned, the adjustments of course. Always payroll system is flexible for adjustments. If you want to perform or if you can give me one example, I can. I will try to give an answer clearly. Delimitations, as I mentioned. Any other questions, Ma? What I understood is that rate delimitation will happen in your compensation. Increasing or reducing should happen in the compensation. But if you ask me, hey, Kiran, for 1 week our 2000 sign we are giving, but the employee has worked 3 days. I want to prorate it. That is also happening in compensation and payroll. Also, we can do proration rules. That will happen in the payroll. We just started calculating. I can understand faster. What I do now is I'm going to first give the requirement, then I will explain. Let's add some round numbers because I hope that we will get a chance to create new calculations, something like the 7 plus 17, 5, 9, 20, 50, 49.80. Now assume this is the requirement for deduction, union field deduction. If any is a location data, it's a call center data, and the vendor deduction should stop and how much the employee needs to be contribute or it should deduct from the employee's paycheck. If any employee working in Atlanta and the employee is part of call center 34000 and the employee completes 31 days at least, then employee has to pay $16, which means system automatically worked at payroll automatically should deduct the 16 from the employee's paycheck. Similarly, if any employee working in Chicago call center 32,000 facilities and if the employee completed 31 days after hire, then employee should pay $17.50 US. Similarly, for New York 20 per Boston of 49.80 US. Remember, automatically the values must be deducted. Automatically. The values must be deducted if the employee is part of either of these locations and the amount should be deducted. If you have an employee from Dallas, then no amount should be deducted because that is not our criteria. All three of the first columns have to be met: the location, the call center, and they have to have worked 31 days. Then it will deduct. And where is it going to be putting that value through input? Is it going to route it? You can do through payroll input. Definitely. That's a straightforward, but we are going to create calculations. Automatically amount should be deducted. We are not going with payroll input for this requirement. The main thing is custom calculations. My request, this is a requirement. Tomorrow we are going to work. And on the book page number 44-45. The book which you received. Yes, thanks. Please do like, share and subscribe to our channel. For more information, contact us sales@upptalk.com.